Okay, sorry about that. We are getting situated. Okay. Went live and I was like, oh wait, I really want some incense. So I needed to get that going. Alright, we are back doing axolotl things. There's like 1 scent of incense that doesn't, well, 2. Well, technically 3. Although the 3rd one can make me stuffy at times. But there's like 3 incense scents that don't really bother me. And it's Dragon's Blood from Wildberry, Thomas Paine, Christmas Tree, or Balsam Fir, I think, and their Red Cedar. Though it's really hard to keep the Red Cedar lit, I have found. At least for me it is. Maybe I just don't do it right. Okay, so to recap where we are so far on the axolotl. The head is pretty much done. I just have to attach the eyes and do eyebrows and attach the head to the body. That will come. We'll get there on that. We're not there yet. And I've gotten the body colored. I will deal with this end soon. In the meantime, we need to work on getting our friend here underneath colored up. So that is where we are picking up with today. We got the top side done. We are working on the stomach, essentially. I still have to make the leggies and color them and attach them. We still have to color the tail. And attach the head. And I need to do the little fin thingy that runs from tail to head, essentially. So I'm thinking that we color the body. We're not going to get all of this done today, by the way. This is just my laundry list of things that I still need to accomplish on this guy. Oh wait, I forgot to do one thing. Okay. Sorry about that. So here's like the order I think I'm gonna do it in. I think we're gonna color the bottom, like the stomach area, right? Then I think we will color the tail. Then I think I will make the leggies and color them. And then attach them. Then I will attach the head. Then attach the eyes. And do the eyebrows. and then deal with the fin thing that's going to need to go down the back to the tip of the tail. I think that's how we're going to do things, and I'm not quite sure yet how I want to do that. There's two ways I could go about it. I could use a piece of felt and cut the shape out and attach it. Or I could needle felt the entire fin. And then attach it. And I'm not sure yet which one I want to do. We could go either way. Though, I will say I'm not certain that the felt I have is the correct color. It might be slightly off. So that could be a slight problem with that. With like that option. Right, so we made the body pretty dense on purpose, our core, so it didn't change its shape essentially while I was adding the color to it. But that does mean it's fairly dense and is going to take a little bit longer to get our color attached here. So that's the one downside. It's not like I'm fighting to attach it to the polyfill. It is attaching. It is definitely attaching. It's just, it's a little bit thick. It takes a little bit more muscle. A little bit more time just to stab into it. And that's pretty good there for that round. Get our next bit of fluff and stuff. That's a little, well, no, actually, that's not so bad. I say that's a little long there, but it's not really. I have to make sure that I am attaching to the sides here where the other swaths of color are. Just so it doesn't look weird. Well, at least we're going to try to keep the weird theming to a minimum. There's going to be a little bit with how I'm coloring it. Like, it's just going to be a thing. Okay. And it's going to take a little bit of time to get this guy down. Now, the other side. Take us about 5 hours. One day over the weekend, we did a live stream on doing the front side. Did a bonus stream. I don't know if I'm going to be able to squeeze 5 hours in today. I did start a little bit early, because I don't know how much time I can squeeze in extra on this guy this week. Because I need to do cookies on Thursday. And I don't know if I'm going to get them all done on Thursday. I'm thinking I'm not, but you never know. Like, the biggest time sink there is the actual baking process in the oven, so... And if I'm doing double batches, it's just going to take a little bit of time. I think I need to make my chocolate chip cookies first. Because our friend and surrogate child is having his graduation on Saturday, and he said he wouldn't mind some chocolate chip cookies. So we're going to try to get those done as a graduation gift, since we never really see him. We talk to him, but we don't get to actually physically see him much anymore. So the next piece that goes in is going to be a little bit more overlapped, I think, than I was originally wanting to do, just because this one got a little crazy position wise. All right. So that guy kind of try to move some of those fibers over top of itself. You got a little more fanned out than I was really looking for there. Let's see what we can do. This guy is a little bit big, but I have trouble working small with stuff that's got a lot of parts to it. On our critter friends here. Okay, so for this, I think I'm going to do a little patch here. That will help cover up this slightly thin section right there. And then we'll do a little patch here just to try to even that up a bit. Just a little bit of water. Nothing fancy there. Just give my hands a little bit more friction working on this guy. Alright. You know what? I'm going to put you kind of over here. So you're a little bit extra fluffy. That kind of evens that up a little bit. A little bit. Doesn't have to be super perfect, but just wanted it a little bit less of a crazy angle there. We did finish the tissue paper rooster from yesterday. Those photos are up on the socials. I took the photo before the nest was completely dry, so you could see a little bit of the white glue, the white Mod Podge poking through, but that's where we're at. He's completely dry now. Nest is all super solid in there. Not too bad. I definitely like the nest better than the foot. There was just no salvaging that foot. That foot wasn't having it. But that's also what I get for tracing a cookie cutter for my shape. And I traced the outside of the cookie cutter. I tried to do the inside, but some of those were really tight quarters, and my pencil wasn't quite fitting into all the crevices. It might have been a little better if I had gone yellow instead of gray with the foot, but I don't know. It still might have looked like he was wearing a boot. Still might have been a little too boot-like. But that's okay. Because we solved it one way or another. Alright. Just need a little bit of a patchy guy in there. Let me see. See, sometimes I just don't have enough friction on my hands, and I can't get the fluff to do much of anything there. Okay, so if I put you about there, that should now even up things. A bit here. I was like, oh, we'll start at the smaller end. We'll have less issues and can move a little bit faster down the body that way. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. See, that's just not happening. Not really that big of an issue anyway. We just got a little crooked and had a small thin spot. Not a big deal. Both easy fixes. Just requires a little bit of extra fluff on top, that's all. Okay, I think tonight we have last week's live stream going up on the YouTube channel from working on this guy. At least I think it is. Should be. Okay. So that's pretty good there. I think I'm going to hold on to you in case I need some more patchy patches. You're kind of thick, and I don't know if this is a good idea. Because you're also kind of big, right? Like, you're much too. Well, how about if I put you, like, here? That might work. Like, I could have cut you down and made you a little bit smaller. To fit you in next to your friend there. But at the same time, kind of just fit a little bit better. Right into here. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna try to bring the sides in a little bit just so it's not quite so fanned out here. We'll see, we'll see. If this will work to our advantage. It might not. I might have to do quite a bit of patching in here. But we'll see. We'll see how things go as we get settled in here. You okay?
Yeah, I'm just exhausted.
Do I need to stop?
No.
Okay.
No, you're fine. I've gotten very little freaking sleep. I'm too tired to brain, and I don't want to sit there staring all day.
Alright, I just didn't know if the light was gonna bother you.
Nah.
Alrighty. So we will get this worked into here. Kind of flattened it in. So our core is made out of polyfill. I went with polyfill because that's what I had. And I really didn't want to spend a whole heap ton of money on some roving to use for the core. And I have needle felted the polyfill before, so I knew it was going to work. The year that we did the snowman, not the snowman, the gingerbread house, I had started using white yarn, and then I was like, this is just eating so much white yarn. I was like, wait, what about the polyfill? That's white. And we were able to needle felt that into the styrofoam that we had as our base. So that worked out pretty good. And then I still had some of that same polyfill when we made the husband's Chungosaurus. And that worked out pretty good. What's wrong?
Oh, really nothing.
Okay.
My mother needs to come into your mom's room. Your mom needs scissors. I don't think I'm important.
Well, something had to be up because the second you laid down, you jumped right back up. So I was just wondering what the heck was going on because I'm nosy. All right. And easily distracted. We can't forget that part. Very easily distracted. Okay. We'll get this tucked into here. I do have a little bit of a thinner section there, so I'll tell you what, I'm just going to cover that now with our patchy patch, just so I don't have to deal with it later. All right, so not perfect, but you know what? It'll do. It will do. I do need to pull some more fluff out of our fluff bags. Give me 1 second here.
What's up?
Nothing. I was checking on something. Get a little bit of water. So if I attach you there. Now see, I was thinking that looked a little bit long. And it was not. Okay. So let's see, where is our overlap here? So overlap is going to be, sorry, I'm just making sure that that was not a thin spot. I don't believe it is. So these guys will get overlapped into here. On this edge at least. Don't have to worry about the other edge just yet. See, that might end up being a little bit thin in there. Possibly. Have to see how things look once we get this section worked into here. Could just be the lighter bits of yarn that are mixed into this color. Now I am using acrylic yarn instead of roving, which is the traditional needle felting material of choice. And that's okay, it's still going to do the job. Might not do it as fast as roving would, but it's still going to get us to where we're going. And it fits my budget a heck of a lot better. Okay. Just gonna slowly work our way over. And get this color jabbed into this section. So I'm kind of working a little bit backwards here. Just a little bit. Just kind of how that worked out in this section. I'm just kind of pushing the edge of that in just a little bit, just to kind of build up that edge so it's not quite so see-through. We're just gonna keep on stabbing. Tucking in this color to our axolotl body. I do feel like we are moving a bit slower today. So I'm slightly concerned at our speed. But this wasn't going to be a speed demon project to begin with. It was definitely going to be a time-consuming project. Like this section we don't really have to think about too much since we're not actually sculpting anything at the moment. We are just slapping our color in. So even though we're at a simple step, it's still going to take some time to get all of this worked in here. Okay. Almost done this bit of fluff. The thicker the fluff is, the longer it takes me personally to kind of make sure we are as attached as I want it. That's not too bad. So we have this little white stripe section that we need to fill in still. And that might take two different bits of fluff here. Potentially. Alright, so if I get you about here. That should be a fairly good attachment point. Where that should melt in pretty good. And we'll get this popped into here. And we'll get this into here. Sorry. Mother-in-law's being a pain. So if you hear somebody being shrill and loud in the background, I do apologize. She's apparently wanting to visit with the dogs and she has no volume control. And likes to get them wound up. So if the dogs start barking, I do apologize for that as well. I'm not quite sure what she needed from in the house. Okay. So let's work on this section here. Oh, that overlapped quite a bit, didn't it? Okay, well, that wasn't intentional. That was very much accidental. we will get this next section done. Like one of the doggos has returned. That's what's missing. I don't have that running. Okay. Thought it was just a touch quiet in my ears. That would be why. What is this now? Okay. Alright, so we have this next strip in here that we need to fill in. Alrighty. So how's everybody doing today? It is Tuesday, if I forgot to mention that. It is our second planned art day of the week. As we get this axolotl colored up here. Okay. That might be a little thin there. We'll see. I might be a little stingy on this piece. Oh gosh, hour one, and we're only like a quarter of the way down. Okay. So this guy, we are gonna get attached into here. I'm not really trying to speed demon my way through this. Even though I kind of need to, but alright. So you we're gonna put into here. Okay, so that means I'll have to do one more. So at least now we have an idea of how much more we'll need to put into that spot there. At least the other side's done, right? So that's one less thing. Okay. So we'll get this stabbed into here. So I'm using a small gauge needle. I'm not sure if using a larger gauge needle would really work on this, because usually the tighter the weave of your object that you are needle felting into, like the smaller the needle you need to go to get it in there. So I'm not sure if a larger one would really work out here, number one. Number two, I like the weight of this needle. It's light enough where my arm's not getting super tired. I mean, it's getting tired for sure, but it's not getting as tired as quickly. I don't have to take as many breaks. Our core is polyfill. Does make it a little bit denser to stab into, which also causes the arm to get a little bit tired, but it worked for our budget. I've used it before. Say it works. I do have to change how I'm sitting. Give me 1 second. Body gets angry with how I'm sitting every so often, so gotta keep changing my position every now and then. And I'm using acrylic yarn as our color. You can needle felt with it. It is an alternative to the wool roving if you are allergic to that. You do have to do a little bit more prep work, where when you buy the roving, you can usually use it right out of the package. The acrylic yarn, when you buy it off the shelf, it's in its skein ball, plied, twisted form that you'd be able to just start knitting or crocheting with. You would need to cut a few lengths of that, like a short length that you can manage, and then brush out those sections, and then just keep rinsing and repeating until you have enough yarn fluff. And I do have a video on how I do that on the YouTube channel. It should be the first video of the Nisey Needle Felts playlist, so it's easy to find. And the acrylic yarn, it's more budget friendly for me. I don't really have a roving friendly budget. That is a bit expensive. Number two, I find that I can get a wider color selection in the acrylic yarn than I can in the roving, at least from the areas that I have found the roving available in. Now, I mean, there's going to be some people that will be like, well, you could just dye the roving. Yeah, I could. I could. But I ain't got time for that. I don't have time, I don't have the patience, I don't have the room for it to dry undisturbed. Because we have pets. And the cats like to get into everything they're not supposed to. I don't want to deal with all that. I'd rather just buy it and brush it out than deal with dyeing it. I don't have the time. I know my limitations. And just is not going to work out that way for me. Hats off to those that have the time and the patience and the space to do it. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just not going to work for me. So we're going to get this section filled in here. So I've gotten the top of the axolotl colored in. We did that over the weekend. I believe that was the last live stream that we did. So see, this side's pretty much done. Except for this little nub on the end. I'm going to worry about that when we go to get ready to attach the head. But right at this very moment, I'll leave that for when we get there. I do try to overlap my fluff a little bit, just to try to prevent any gaps from forming in between each section of color going in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Kind of depends on what we're doing. So this yarn is an acrylic yarn from Paint Box. brand. It is from their Simply Chunky line. And this color is rosy pink, number SC62. I think the SC is Simply Chunky. So right now the two yarn brands that I'm using are Paintbox Simply Chunky and Big Twist Value. That is the house brand from Joann's. I'm probably going to be switching to Michael's, what is it, Loops and Threads? I think that's their house label. As I run out of colors and have to replace them. Mostly because ordering yarn from Joann's has not been the best experience, the smoothest experience, I'll put it that way. So I'm probably just gonna go through Michael's plus Joann's, I believe, filed for bankruptcy, and I don't know how much longer they're gonna be in existence anyway. And I've seen some decent yarn sales coming out of Michael's, so I tend to wait to get my yarn until it's on sale. I haven't needed to replace any colors in a while, though. So I got that going for me. And we've done quite a fair bit of stuff. I've got two storage containers filled with yarn. Because every time I get a new color, I will fill a Ziploc bag. I was using the sandwich size, and some of them I have upgraded their color to a quart size. And I will just kind of stuff the bag with as much fluff as I can get in there before I store the yarn colors away. That way, when I want to do something, I can just look at my wall of fluff that I have all the bags clipped to and just grab the color and go. And then I'll top them off as necessary. Now they are doing some kind of utility work on our road. I can hear some kind of machinery suddenly. I don't know what it is. Oh, it might be a trash truck across the street. We haven't lost power in the couple days that they've been messing around down there. So I'm not anticipating our power going out, but if it does, I'll be back as soon as we're back up and running. Should that happen. Alright, that's filling in pretty good there. Kind of hoping I don't run out of this color. I've got some of it still left. A little bit of water. When I say little, I do mean little. It's like a drop off of the tip of my finger, just to give my hand a little bit of friction so that I can pull my fibers together here a little bit tighter. Let's see, how long are you? Okay. For a second there, I was like, oh, you're awfully long. You're probably going to be too long for this. I might have to move you down a little bit, but that's a decent length for here because I'm trying to attach up into the color that's already here on the side. So that way we are overlapped a little bit. And then you, I'm going to attach about here. Okay. Get this color. I want to overlap it just a little bit. I don't want to go too crazy. It doesn't need to be sitting entirely over the same spot that we've already done. Just want to be slightly over the edge here. Alrighty. Get all those. Excuse me. This section. As we are marching our way towards where our neck is located. Well, marching is probably a bit of an understatement, an exaggeration. Nail turtle crawl. Shuffling our way there. Okay. We'll get this guy. So since this is a little bit thicker, it's going to take me a few extra minutes to get through each section. You know, the needle's got to get through all the fuzz and grab it. There's little notches cut into the needle that grabs all the little hairs here, little fiber guys, and kind of rams it through the other layers to weave them together. So it does take a minute. Just want to make sure that we don't have any loose hairs here to cause me any trouble later. Alright. Now, I was hoping to be a little bit further than we are. Unfortunately, this takes time. It's very slow process. And I thought blocking in solid color when we were doing our Bob Ross needle felting was taking forever. No, no, no. See, this is on a whole nother level. This is another level altogether of time taking. This is our tail, or what's gonna be our tail. We still have to color that. Today's main focus is gonna be our axolotl stomach. As we stab our way in here. Full steam stabbing ahead, I guess. Now, these are very sharp needles. So I do recommend the finger protectors. That's what these are, to try to keep my fingers somewhat safe when they get in the way. You can still stab into them, so they're not 100% guaranteed to prevent an injury, but they can definitely make it less of an injury. Excuse me. So I do recommend them, especially when you're doing the critters, where your fingers are in the way. And I don't really recommend this for anybody real young. Because again, these are very sharp needles. They kind of have to be to do what they need to do. So this chunk of fluff is almost there. Oh gosh. We're what? Maybe a quarter of the way? I feel like we moved a little bit faster when we were working on the other side. I'm not sure if that's just my weird perception of time or not. I do need to take off this sweater though. Striking commissions. You've now been struck from this channel. Cause we're not doing that. So while I take a small moment to take the sweater off, because it was bothering me, let's just go ahead and report you. Because we're not about that. You've been blocked and now you're banned. And reported. Thank you for visiting my channel today. Okay. Like, I don't want to be a dick about it, but don't be coming in here and being a dick and posting that shit in here. Okay. So, let's get our next bit of fluff and stuff. You know, this set of fluff I might be making thicker. That might be why it feels like it's taking. Oh, let's get our finger guys back on here. Might be why it feels like it's taking longer, because I'm actually making these guys a little bit thicker, I think. Okay, so these guys are a little bit longer than I was making the top ones, but that's kind of so I can meet up with our pink from the top here. So I can get these merged together. Okay. And then this guy, I want to make sure that that end is good and attached in there. Alright, so I'm actually over a little bit further than I necessarily needed to be. I mean, it's not a huge problem. Does mean it will take me a little bit longer to get where I'm going in the end, though. Alright, so I am just kind of getting our overlapped edge attached in here. Me just seeing if that section was actually attached or if it was a little bit loose. Okay. I'm going to come over to this side. See what we can do here. Okay. we'll get this section. Trying to keep it a little bit even. So I'm kind of fighting, keep this edge here. Easier said than done. For me, at least. Because the fiber is going to do what it wants to a degree. I mean, you can kind of get it to go in the direction you want it to. But in the end, it still has a mind of its own. To a degree. All right. Oh, my chair's kind of sliding away here. You okay?
Yeah, dude was trying to get under a blanket by just putting his head on top of the blanket he's sitting on.
That's how he does. No, he's not. Snuffles is. He's a genius by comparison. Or he just wanted you to pet him. Either is an entire possibility. We just don't speak Snuffles' language, apparently. Either that dog just doesn't get it, or she was trained in a different language. And we are having to reprogram her into our language. Snuffles gets so excited she just stops listening. She's very excitable. I guess is the best way to put it. Okay. I mean, so far we're doing okay. Going slow, but we're okay. Like, the head didn't come out too bad. So far. So we've got our head here. Now, the eyes aren't on it yet, I know, but our axolotl is still currently decapitated. But we're not there yet. Like I said, I want to get the body colored in. I mean, we might be able to attach the head before I attach the legs, but it might just be easier to attach the legs beforehand. So that way we can turn it any which way we need to get those attached on there. Without too much impediment. Okay. Alright, I'm going to turn this around for just a minute. So that way this hand has something that's a little bit smaller to hold on to. Stretch out the arm for a second. Man, I thought my arm got tired when we were doing Bob Ross for the large color blocks. That was nothing. But we have been working on this guy pretty steadily the past few days. I mean, I did take a break yesterday. Yesterday and Sunday. Maybe that's my problem. I gave the arm too much time to rest. Now my arm's like, no. No, what we're not doing is this. Aren't you done yet? Like, no. No, arm. We're not done. We are far from being done yet. Okay. Far from done. Like, I don't want to go too thick, right? So then that means it's more fluff that we're gonna burn through. But at the same time, kind of need it covered. Are you pulling apart? You are. Okay, you guys don't want to be attached to one another. Alright. So you are gonna be a little bit thinner. See about getting this guy worked into here. I mean, it also being a little bit thicker does work to my advantage to a degree. Even if I hate to admit it, because it's more fluff I gotta work through. Because then it's thicker. I don't have to worry about coming back in and fixing any spots that might be a little bit on the thin side. But, you know. Got a 6 of one. Half a dozen of another situation. I guess in the end, I'm still potentially using that much yarn. Okay. What we can do here. I think that's my monitor that's making that noise. Like this entire monitor is like shaking back and forth. Fortunately, I've got the camera mounted to the wall now, so it doesn't shake with the monitor. I did have a couple of those times where we were shaking the entire monitor hard enough that the camera was moving with the old camera. Okay. I'm probably gonna have to straighten it up a little bit with some patchy pieces again. Probably after the next round, we'll try to do that. It does feel like we are off just a little bit. Alright, I'm gonna turn this guy. Oh, I'm gonna get him off the microphone. He's a little long. Just a wee bit. Okay. Actually, no, we're not too bad. Not too crooked. was looking a little more crooked when we were on the other side there, but we're okay. We're actually okay. Alrighty. So we're gonna get this bit in here attached in on this side. I know it's not super exciting getting through the large color sections, but still needs to be done. Alright, so we're not doing too bad. We're about here. I mean, I guess it depends on your version of what's not too bad. Let's see, can I do two separate balls here? Alright, if I get you attached into there. Okay. We'll get you. And we're going to attach you to the side up into here. Okay. Oh, that was a little more overlapped than I necessarily needed that to be. Alright, so we'll get this section. Attached. We're not, let's see, we've got here, from here to go. We're down here, I'd say maybe like about here-ish. Might be about halfway. So we're maybe approaching a third of the way. Roughly. Okay. All right, let's work on this side now. All right, just trying to keep us as even as we can be. Okay. So get our next section in here. We're getting there. We're definitely getting there. Now it doesn't look like we're hitting any of the fiber that went through the top, so that's good. And our edges don't seem to be deforming at all, so that's also good. Because you never know. Sometimes it can. I have had that happen before. It happened when we were working on Chungus, actually. I thought I had the shell a little bit rounded, a little bit more rounded than I did. Because when we started adding the color, it went pretty flat, and I was like, oh, that's not what I was going for. But I was already so behind with Chungus that we just had to keep pushing through. And it kind of just became, well, that's what that is. All right. Come on, Axolotl. We need to get the lead out here. That we do. Okay. And we'll turn this guy. And so I can work on this side. Alright, I need to stretch out my arms. One arm is trying to lock up since that's the arm that we are using to hold this guy still. So I neglected to stretch that one out the past couple of times. And we did get started a little bit early today, but not by much. So I'm not sure I'm going to have time to get this side completely finished today. If we do, then we will cover up our attachment point here. Or we can start to work on our tail. Either one of those is an option. Alright. Oh, that's a little short on that side. Okay. So, oh, nope, you get out of that. Let's not be making a mess. I don't need your tail soaking up all the water in my little bottle cap. Okay. Looks like a little piece of bark in there from when we were working on those wood slices. Okay. So, time to work on that edge. Okay. Okay, you need to go up there. Because Mr. Axolotl's tail just keeps on trying to flip that little tiny thing of water. Probably a good thing that I didn't have a larger cup. Just using the bottle cap because I don't really need a larger amount of water here. It's just not necessary right now. Not really going through a bunch of water at the moment. Okay. So, what is everybody up to? What you guys doing? What is today bringing on your plate? Trying to get some work done. Working on business projects, personal projects. Getting any creative times in. Trying to figure out what I'm going to do with all my paint. The drawer I was keeping it in. It's getting kind of heavy. And it doesn't really want to open or close anymore. Kind of running out of room to store stuff. I might be able to get another larger container under my desk. If it's turned the right way. But I might have to get 2 smaller containers. I could probably get one next to me on the other side if I replace the container that, or the thing that I put my feet on, because it kind of broke. Storage is expensive. Like, you wouldn't think that a storage container would be quite so expensive. I actually wonder how many bottles of paint I could get in a shoebox container. From a Dollar Tree. I could probably get a couple of those stacked underneath. They would be very heavy containers, though. Alright, so I don't want this like super tight, but I need it to at least come together a little bit. Okay. So I can get you attached into here. That section just looked a little bit thin. I'm not really sure if it actually was, but it looked a little bit. So I just wanted to pull a little bit more fiber up that way. I do know I have a spot open right here. I am aware of that. I was just trying to keep this section kind of even. Okay. So this section, I am going to put a small patch on. Just to fill in that gap between these two. And that's okay. I was more or less just trying to keep our outer edge a bit straight. So that's not a big deal. I'd rather do it that way than have this get like too crazy diagonal further down. Just makes it a bit easier to deal with. This side shouldn't really need anything happening to it though. Okay. So whew. Sorry, I have to keep taking a break to rest my arm here. But sometimes you just gotta stretch the arm out. I mean, we haven't had that much break time in between each color. Oh gosh, that section is pretty dense right there. Feel how tough sledding that needle is going into there. Alright, I'm gonna turn this guy just so I can see a little bit better. Okay. So, I mean, we've definitely made progress so far. That we can see for sure. because we started way down here. Now, I probably should have started down here. So that way, as we went down, we started to go through it a little bit faster. But I was like, let's start down here. We'll get through this part a bit faster, but then I could have been taking more breaks towards the end of working on that section. Because we could have gotten through that bit a little bit faster. Okay, so we need to come back up here. And finish attaching this bit. And then we'll take care of that. So we're not going too far backwards. That little section shouldn't take too long to fill in right there. This section is a little bit squishy though. See the way that the yarn was going in? Looks like it was pulling a little bit. As long as it doesn't deform our edge too badly, then we're good. Okay, so I need just a bit for a little gap filler here. Oh, that's not. That looks like a piece of our jute that I missed getting off the desk yesterday. Cursive. Okay. So that, in theory, will get attached all up into there. And then this guy. Alright, that should fill that in. We should be on target there. Excuse me. Rough time of the year. Allergies slash cold slash just airways irritated. Are you just light colored yarn that layered up there, or are you actually a thin spot? Inquiring minds kind of would like to know. Hmm. You know, I'm not sure. Like, I'm really not sure. Should we put a little patch on there? Like, I don't... Oh, it's a rumbly vehicle. I don't know that I really need to. Like, I don't want to waste any yarn. By overlapping a section that didn't necessarily need to be overlapped. But at the same time, I don't want to leave it if it's a thin spot, and that is actually our fill of poly poking through. I guess it won't take too long to just kind of put a little something something over that. We'll say the underside, while you can see a slight bit of striping, it doesn't look too bad. Like, we're actually filling in pretty well. Okay. Question is this enough for our next bit here? That I don't know. This section is a bit thicker. Are we too thick? Are we too thick? That is a good question. I don't think we can be too thick. It will just mean it takes a little bit longer to attach. Okay. Alright, let's get this one. Okay. We're gonna work on attaching our edge here onto the other section. Okay. Oh, this will be a little jagged in here, but it shouldn't be too bad. Alrighty. So that one edge might be a little thin, and that's okay if it is, because, you know, we've been overlapping a little bit as we go here. It's been making these blend together a little bit better than if we had just kind of thrown it in all willy-nilly. Okay, I'm gonna flip this guy so I have a little bit easier time seeing, getting this attached over here. Okay. Alrighty, that's pretty good there. Move on to the next bit here. Or at least we're gonna try to. Crunch, 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 crunch. Okay. Sounds like you're running through the snow or gravel or something when you're dabbing into this polyfill. Okay. So this will be a little off right here. But might not be too bad. And this is the stomach anyhow. So if we don't have it blended too smoothly, it'll probably be alright, because I'm still not sure where I'm attaching these legs at. I'm probably just gonna go real, excuse me, simple on these legs too. Like, I'm not gonna go real fancy on them. They're not gonna need to support this guy. Sorry, I'm playing the game of, is that the husband snoring or is that the dog snoring? I'm not sure which. Because that dog, man, she's got quite the snore on her. Okay, that's not big enough. We're gonna need to get a bit more fluff here. It feels like it's too much. I mean, it might not have been. It might have been fine, but like I need to learn to be a little more generous with my fluff here. So that way I don't have too many thin spots here. So it's just going to take a minute to work through to grab all these little loose endy guys here. Actually make sure that they're attached. Alright, so right about here's probably good. For this next section going in. Like, I just want to anchor my edges first. I feel a little bit better doing that. Because then I know I'm not going to have pulled my length too short. Stabbing in on the way there. Okay. That might have been the dog snoring that time. I'm not sure if she's on the bed or not at the moment, so I can't see her. She might be on my side of the bed. Okay. So work that in just a little bit more on that edge. Just want to make sure that that is good and anchored there. All right. So let's start really anchoring this guy in place now. got the ends worked in. I got my overlapped side tacked down. So let's see about getting the rest of this guy punched on through. Well, I guess stabbed on through. Needle punching something else entirely. Okay. Here we come, stabbing on through. Alright, we're probably about halfway when we get done this bit here. And we've been at this now so far about 2.5 hours. So that would be about another 5 hours on this side. Okay. We're getting there on this section. This section of fluff. They were almost done this section of fluff. We've got a lot more sections of fluff to go, but you know. Eventually we'll get there. I hope. 84 years later. Okay. Like, it is taking a little bit longer because it's a little bit wider in this section, but this is sort of our widest point on this guy. At the moment. Okay. What the heck? Okay. It's the first time I've ever had that happen. You alright?
Yeah.
You sure? That was interesting. I guess that section was a little bit tougher. And it, for a second I thought the needle broke, but I'm like, how? It rammed it up further in the handle. First time I've had that happen. So that's okay. I'll take that over the needle breaking. No broken needles, please. Broken needles are no fun. That much is for sure. Just kind of mixing these fibers up together so nobody's too clumped or too thin. A little bit of water. Oh, that's very thick. That's a very thick boy. I don't know if you necessarily need to be that thick. All right, so we're gonna anchor you into place here. See, this guy's a little bit longer than he really needs to be. Not too terribly long, just longer than really necessary. I'm just gonna trim that extra bit off there. Maybe I can use it for a patch or work it into the next section. Didn't really think I was going to be able to blend that in without it looking a little odd. All right, we're getting there. For sure. Right, look how far we've gotten so far today. We're sitting about halfway on the underside coloration here. as we are trudging along through our crunchy, snowy fiber gravel stuff. That's what it sounds like. Sounds like we're trudging up a hill. Back in my day, we trudged up a hill both ways. Not really possible. I'm sure in some realm of weirdness, it probably could be. Maybe. But I'd like to see that mapped out and explained. Back in my day, we didn't have this internet thing. Okay. Did I? Yeah. Okay. Did attach that side. Just trying to make sure this edge is as good as we can get it. This section's a little bit extra overlapped. No, it's not a ice pick. We don't need to stab it like that. That's not really gonna help us stabbing it like that. Alright. So, I think if we have time, we might work on covering that end. I don't know that we're gonna have time though. And that is gonna depend on how quickly I can get through this next bit here. I don't know if we're going till 3 or 4 today. I haven't really made up my mind yet. Kind of depends on how my arm is doing here. And if that's deciding to scream uncle or not. Okay. This guy. It's a good thick layer of fluff that we are stabbing through, and then stabbing that into the dense axolotl core shape here. And that did seem to be the dog snoring, because I just heard it again, and the husband's up, so he just had a quick little nappy nap. Okay. So let me turn this over here. Sorry it's not quite so rambly of a stream today, but just trying to stay focused and get through this as fast as I can. And the mind keeps wandering today too, so I do have that going on in the background. Okay, let's grab maybe this little section here. I don't know if that's, nah, that feels a little stingy. So give me that piece there, although this now feels a little thick. No winning with this today, is there? Okay. Not really. Kind of separated there. Okay. So you gonna kind of try to attach right here. At least that's what we're going to try to do. Okay, so then you... we are going to attach here. Okay. Just want to get a better look at that from that side. Make sure I was still okay with where that was coming in. Okay. So, has everybody done their holiday shopping? Are you done your holiday gifts? If anybody's making gifts? Or are you frantically trying to get them done? Every year I'm like, yeah, we're gonna start earlier so that way I'm not rushing. Come the middle of December to try to get done. And somehow, come the middle of December, I am still frantically trudging on through. Kind of panicking. Like, oh no, we're not going to be done in time. I'm not even entirely sure I'm going to get this done in time. It kind of depends on if I get enough time to be able to work on it. To be perfectly honest. Because I've got a really busy week ahead of me. Kind of forgot I had other stuff going on. Because I've just been kind of like, must finish Axolotl, must finish Axolotl. And, kind of forgot we've got a graduation to go to on Saturday. Thursday I need to get cookies made, because if I don't get them made Thursday, I'm not going to get them done. Sorry, one of my finger joints felt like they got stuck for a second. Okay. We're stabbing. We are stabbing as fast as we can. As fast as we possibly can. We're still a little off right here, but I guess I'll just have to put a little piece in there. As one needs to do. Okay. Well, we're getting there. Say we have what? A third left, maybe? A little less than halfway. Are you up or are you laying back down? Can you put the light back on?
Oh, sorry, I didn't really want
It's kind of dark in here. Thank you. All right, a little bit more water. So we try to figure out which way this wants to cooperate. Although it doesn't feel like it wants to cooperate. Okay. we just want to make sure that all of our little ends here get tucked in, so that we don't have anybody being loose and getting too fuzzy, trying to cause trouble. Oh, we are closer than I thought we were. Oh, that piece that we just put in was a little bit wide. But we only got that much more to cover. Then we aren't doing too bad. We'll get this one worked in. I mean, it's not that much further to go to fill in, but it still feels like miles and miles and miles. Or we are gonna get there. Susie realized daddy nap time was over. Just heard him get off the bed. Now this bit of fluff is a bit thicker, right? So like I said before, the thicker pieces definitely take a little bit more time to get worked in, it seems. Okay, I'm gonna... Oh! Really?
You did disconnect on my screen for a minute.
Looks like we dropped some frames. We dropped about 195 frames. That's not too terrible. That was on OBS's end, so I guess that was our internet. Because Elgato was fine that time. Spotify didn't interrupt either, so I don't know if that was something on Twitch's end or somewhere in between. All I know is I looked up and I had a black screen that said reload the player on my dashboard. And I haven't had that error happen in quite some time. But they are doing some utility work down the road, so I don't know if that had anything to do with it. I just don't know. I'll have to keep an eye on that. I don't think it was anything I did to cause that. Okay. Weird. Well, it doesn't look like it was enough to stop the stream going. So that's something. We got that going for us. These tech gremlins have not wanted to leave me be. So that's been mildly frustrating lately. Alrighty, we're just gonna keep on stabbing then. So we've got an axolotl to finish her. We don't have time for these internet gremlins. We're like the white rabbit, man. We're late, we're late. Get out of the way. No time. Alright. Oh my goodness, Zuzu and Snuffles were so bad when we went to the park this morning. Lady walked by with three. I don't know if they were Labradoodles or if they were straight up poodles. I think they were like a Labradoodle type thing. And they flipped the F out. Both of them. Both of them. And we barely hear Snuffles bark. We've been trying to teach her to bark on command for a goodie, and she won't do it. But she was actually growling and barking at these three other dogs, or it was the lady. We're not sure if it was the dogs or the human. They either didn't like her energy or they didn't like her dogs. But these two were like not having it. They both started in. And they were out of sight and he was still going. And we're like, nope, okay, back to the car because you can't even see them anymore. They never made a noise at them, as far as I could tell. Kind of hard to hear them over Zuzu's loud mouth, but We had to cut his park time short this morning because he just couldn't behave. Okay. Just have to get this last little bit here that's loose worked in before we can grab our next bit. Okay. So we've got another bit of fluff here. Alright, so probably about here-ish. We'll anchor this one. This guy, I kind of just want barely overlapping. Okay. Hit this edge. Alright. Now I just want to anchor in my overlapped section here. Just to make sure that that stays overlapped as we go. On this quiet Tuesday afternoon. At least the sun finally came out. It's been dreary and gray and cold and wet for a few days now. So it was nice to have that happen. Okay. Get this next bit worked into here. Oh, I'm just kind of jumping around here a little bit. Just kind of give my brain a little something else to look at. Sometimes the brain gets tired of being in the same spot and starts to wander too much. Okay. So we're about a quarter of the way left to go here. Hang on, I gotta fix this. Okay, that's a little better. Okay. Stabby, stabby, stabby. We're just stabbing away. Do, 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 do. All right. Getting closer to being done this section. Not fast enough for my liking, but we're getting there. So a couple more bits here. My poor monitor's just rattling away. Like, what are you doing? All right. All right, it's not too bad. So top is good, right? Bottom, not quite. We're getting there though. Oh goodness. Oh, oh, that's what's going on. Hold on. Ow, foot. Oh my goodness. Okay. Where are you wedged? sorry about that. My chair was trying to eat my sweater. And we can't be having that. Like, that's just not gonna work. Excuse me. Like, there's no realm that's gonna work out well for anybody. Okay, so this is gonna be a little bit long. So I will need to trim one end of this. So how about we get this end worked into here. And this guy. We will get worked into here, or at least anchored. Just a quick anchor. Why the heck are you kind of willy-nilly here? Kind of all over the place here, friend. Alright, so put you over in there. Gonna let that hang out with our extra fluff. We've got like a lot of little loose ends here. I want to make sure that they get good and worked in here. We don't want them getting loose and running amok. Like, that's not going to do anybody any good. I was like, oh, we're doing pretty good. Maybe it won't take us a full 5 hours to finish this, but now I'm like, I don't know. Maybe. Maybe not. I just don't know. Although if the next few sections are this stubborn to get worked in, I mean, they're going in, but they're just being kind of a little slow about it. Like if those next few sections are like that little tiny spot, then yeah, I can see it taking that much longer. But we'll see. Crunchy, crunchy, crunchy. So we're about halfway through this section of fluff. Well, we're definitely making progress. I've got less to hold on to on this side. We're running out of grip room. That's one good way to gauge how we're doing here. Alright. Just need to stretch my arms out a little bit here. They're getting a little angry. From being all scrunched up. Come on, arm, we're almost done this section. We're gonna at least try to go to 3. Okay. I'm getting itchy because we're getting down to the wire on this section here, so I'm like, yes, let's get done. Let's be done with this part. Let's work on something different. And I have to reel myself back in. It's like, okay, but we have to finish this part first. some water here. That is rather thick. I don't know if I really want that to be that thick. Then it just takes longer to get through it. Okay. All right. So let's start to get this section. Anchored in here now. All right. Let's get this edge here. Tap in that overlap. Don't want a super thick overlap though. All right, so right about here, try to anchor that in, and then this section. All right, I'm just gonna snip that extra off. Like, it wasn't a huge amount extra, but at the same time, it might have been a little weird trying to get that worked in this spot. Okay. So let's get this edge tacked in here. I might have to figure out something in there because that got a little crazy. Not sure if I've corrected that yet. I'll know more once I get this section worked in here. Okay. It might take a full 5 hours to get this section done. Kind of what I was anticipating. We've been working on this side so far today for 3 hours and 40 minutes. Maybe 4.5 hours to get this side done. We'll see. We will see. Alright. So let's work on excuse me. Getting this part in. So close. Still very close to being done this section. Probably have 2 to 3 more rolls of fluff that we need to work into here. Just kind of judging on how the other ones came in here. That's not counting if I need to patch something. Okay, that's not too bad. I'll set that to the side for the moment. That feels about right, maybe. A little bit more water. And we are gonna roll this bit. See what we can make happen here. Alright, that's a good space there. So yeah, we'll probably have to do one more. Like, it'll probably end up being 3 fluffy rolls. Like one more than what I've got put aside. Okay. Just want to get this end anchored in pretty good. I don't have to worry about it doing anything silly. Get this edge tacked in here. Okay. Get this edge attached into here. Right, because we want to make sure our opposite end is anchored in place. Don't want any surprises. Okay. So we'll start to, I guess, get this end finished up here. I might have to flip this to the other side. Yeah, just so I've got a little bit more to hold on to here. It's a little bit easier. A little less awkward. Alright. work on this end. I was afraid we had lost the attention of the birds in our bird feeder, but it sounds like they might be back today. Very hit or miss keeping them coming back to that. Let's keep the catos entertained. 1 second. Ooh. Change places. Definitely needed to change my seated position. Look how close we are. Unfortunately, that's just finishing the solid color of this section. It's not actually being done, but not much we can do about that. We'll be done when we're done, unfortunately. I have no idea how long that's really going to take. I know a lot of people want to see a finished product every stream, but with this stuff, at the size that I'm working at, that's just not quite possible. This guy is about twice the length of my arm from my elbow to my hand. He's a good size. And we still have a tail to color. And leggies to make. I think I definitely want to color the tail before I attach the leggies, though. So I think plan of attack is going to be getting all of this colored. Coloring the tail. Then making the legs and attaching them. And then attaching our head here. Head has to go on before I can do the fin down the back. Or else I won't really be able to get the head attached very easily, and I'll be having a heck of a time with that. And I'm trying to make things a little bit easier on myself where I can. Because with Chungus, I should have, like, colored the neck and the legs before I attached those. I would have had a much easier go of it. If I had, I feel. But hopefully we've learned what to do now. Okay. Get a little bit of water here, and I'm going to roll this. Yeah, I think we'll have to do one more fluff roll, I believe. Yeah. So we're going to be just short there. But you know what? That's okay. I don't know how, but this side did not take quite as long as the other side. I'm not sure why. I mean, we're not quite done this side yet, but just looking at how long we've been working on this guy today, I was fully expecting this side to take a whole nother hour. It doesn't seem like it's gonna. I mean, as far as to get from here to here, I wasn't expecting to cover the nub today, but we might be able to. And that's kind of fun. Okay. Try to get a little bit attached right in there. Get my finger out of there because it's blending in with the yarn. Like, we don't want any weirdness with that. Don't want to cut ourselves. Cut the fluff, not the finger. Cut the fluff, not the finger. I'm just gonna come back in here and get all of our loose little ends worked in, or at least that's what we're gonna try to do. Is that how it's gonna work out? I don't know. I'm just trying to make sure our little guys don't get too loose and run amok. Because I don't really want them running amok unchecked. That's how problems start. Don't want you coming undone. Don't want you even thinking about coming undone. So, yeah, just maybe one more fluff roll, and that will take care of the majority of the bottom here. And then we'll start to clean up our neck head attachment point if we have time. We still have to get this other piece in here. A little more awkward working on this end. I don't have as much to hold on to. but we will see how we go. All right. Just a little bit more in this section here. All right, give me 1 second. Time to stretch out arms again. And I need a drink real quick. So hope everybody's Tuesday's been going well. And that your week started off as gently as it can. All right. I'm going to have to pull out some more fluff. To get this next fluffy roll put in. That feels fairly decent in there. Alright. Because I don't, well, I don't know if you're quite enough. I feel like you're gonna be pretty, yeah, no. Like you're kinda thin for what I want you to do. Probably still gonna have to fluff more of this yarn color, I think. I mean, I've got about half of a quart bag remaining, but I still have to color this, and then we still have to cover the tail. And then I still have to make the leggies and color them, and they're going to be the same color as our body here. So I'm thinking I'll probably have to get a couple more rounds of fluff into that bag. Okay. So we're gonna get this bit here. Now, I know I still have to color this. I'm not sure how I'm going to do that. That coloring in that section doesn't have to be too pretty because I'm going to be attaching the head there. So whatever that base color pass ends up being, like, it'll be okay. It can be a little messy. Because it's probably going to be a little bit messy attaching the head to it, so it's going to be an adventure for that. Wish I knew why Ko-fi.Bot would double post sometimes. Like, I don't know why. It's on a timer, right? So it's just kind of doing its thing. I'm not telling it to do that. It's on a built-in timer on Ko-fi's side. As far as I can tell, at least with the free version of Ko-fi, I can't control the timer on that. As far as I can tell. Okay. Still not real sure where I'm going to attach these legs at. Haven't really given that much thought yet, because I'm like, well, we still got time. I am thrilled that this underside did not take 5 hours. I was worried. Real worried, because I'm like, ugh. I was like, oh no. So, like I said, I don't know that I'm going to be able to do that extra stream this week. I might skip the bonus stream on this guy this week just because I'm so busy on my non-stream days. I'm pretty booked. But we'll have next Monday and Tuesday to work on this guy. And I could probably do a bonus stream next Thursday, Friday, and Saturday if it comes to it, because I don't believe we have anything going on. And I think that will give us enough time to finish this guy. I think it's going to take us right up against Christmas Eve. What day is Christmas Day? Oh, that's a Wednesday. Probably not going to be streaming on Christmas Day. I know that's a normal day for us, but I have to make Christmas dinner. And quite honestly, I'm kind of tired, so I'm kind of tired with all the extra streams that we've been doing, trying to get this guy done. I would like to take Christmas Day to work on cutting tissue paper, figuring out how I'm going to store that. And plotting out the tissue paper project, and possibly getting some Bear and Breakfast recorded. It depends on if we end up finishing it before then. I feel like we're getting closer to the end in Bear and Breakfast, but then I saw some of the global achievements and I'm like, maybe we're not. Maybe we're not. Like, I just got some of the furniture upgrades for that I'm gonna need for Winterberry. But they haven't given us the ability to make the level 2 campfire yet, which they're supposed to. Once we complete some sort of something in Pinefall. So I'm kind of like stuck with High Lake at the moment. But I kind of need to upgrade the kitchen there. So that I can make the recipes that Julia wants, so we can hire her to cook for that property, so I don't have to worry about going back to feeding everyone. Alright. So we have a few more minutes here. I'm gonna see about getting this little end here colored, because we need to at least get a base coloring down over this. I know this is where I'm going to attach the head, right? And I'm going to have to make like a fiber sheet or something to attach into here that we can attach to here that I can like fold over and felt in. But it's going to be so tight in there. That's why I want to get this colored before we do that. It's going to be awkward enough. trying to maneuver the fingers and the needle in there to try to make that happen. And I think I can make it happen, but that's going to require some sort of base covering already down on this. So I'm not trying to get any crevices filled in awkwardly. But we're getting there. We've definitely made some progress today, which is better than no progress. I will say that. Definitely better than no progress. So this section in here is pretty thick, so I'm not too worried about going through and stabbing my finger. Don't think the needle's gonna get through that. So I think we're okay there. Okay. Oh, stretches. Okay. So we're gonna have some chicken tonight for dinner. Some kind of chicken. I might make bourbon chicken. Contrary to the name, there is no actual bourbon in the sauce. So this nubby end here is a little bit awkward to try to see where we are stabbing in here. But that's not too bad. Like, that could be a little worse. Just trying to make sure we are fairly solidly in here and covered. Right, because like this is not a spot that we want a gap to open up into. Alright, I think we are going to call it there today. My arm's tired. And I need to give it a rest. We've been going 4.5 hours today. So, we'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll be working in Planet Zoo, trying to get our alligators into our children's zoo. I have not yet decided if I'm making an alligator statue. I kind of don't want to, but at the same time, I might just end up doing so. But yeah, we have to get the alligators in. We have to finish doing the overlook there for the guests, and I might put in a gift shop or something over in that section. We will see. We have to put the main gift shop in soon, so I don't know. I might just do like a drink stand or something over there. Well, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see what strikes us when we get done the alligator area. So I hope to see everybody for that tomorrow. Yeah, so you guys, thank you for hanging out with me this afternoon. I do greatly appreciate it. Don't forget to follow all of the socially links down below. That will take you to the Ko-fi, the Instagram, the Blue Sky, and the YouTube channel. We've got some more Bear and Breakfast going up on the channel in a couple of days. And I think tonight we have last week's Axolotl stream going live for the archives. So you guys have a great night. Stay safe, stay warm, stay dry. And I'll see you tomorrow for Planet Zoo.